Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. Interesting. My microphone is suddenly being more sensitive. Got a decent gain on it. Whatever. Hopefully it's not peaking for you or making all that crazy noise. Yeah, okay, so crisp is definitely taking effect. But for whatever reason, my mic is picking me up better today, according to my audio meter. So what I was doing, the reason that I started late is because I was asking Finite a question about OBS, and he said, it's possible that that should work that way. And so I tried to configure it again. And of course, that means that it switched my stream target in this OBS setting to the One Line Creative stream. And then when I switched back to this profile, it wasn't connected. And there was just a whole bunch of stuff. I shouldn't have tried it though. Sound works and video is on. Prepared equals true. Except, who knows where we're at with the application. So here's my desktop. Here's the app that we're working on. It is the lab data import version of the data import utility. I did some work this morning and yesterday that I need to pull into this version here. We will build, we'll run it. I'll show you all the things that are done and working and what we are going to work on today. Changing tables, blah, 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 using same import field, blah, 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 refresh data table. All right, that's done. So I'm going to rebuild and I will greet everyone in chat while it's building. So hello to Dukasoft, hello to Watch Me Lurking, and hello to Abby Knight and Jim. Jim, thank you so much for the follow. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I am never offended if you decide that you no longer want to follow me, if my content is no longer relevant to you and you decide that you don't want to follow anymore because you want to clean up your list. Not offended at all. I am, however, honored that you did refollow. So thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you for being here. So I am still doing Blazor web development. This one is, I'm back to streaming my job. I think the last time that you were here, I was streaming a side project because I wasn't able to stream my work product. And now I am able to stream my job again, which is so much fun. I get so much done. So much done. All right, that closes. That closes. Don't save. And 8-Bits is here. Hello, 8-Bits. 8-Bits per Play is a fantastic game dev streamer working in Unity, doing things like learning how to create 3D assets, and also works on a 2D game of his own, as well as making editors and everything for 2D sprites. And I shouldn't have pushed that button. My sound is probably going to get weird for a second. Big Gamey's here. Oh, so many amazing peoples. I wish I had some sort of shout out queue. But Big Gamey, also fantastic game developer. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words, and I will accept it. And I have not told the bot to load the model, but the archery game should still work. It's just going to take a minute before the bot will be able to respond to you. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Wow, that is so crazy how close you get on your first shot. Okay, so automated realms will berate you after you're done with your last shot for missing and not being a good archer. Thank you for the shout out, Q Dukasoft. best non-bot bot ever. Mars is like, oh god, I was worried that I missed you. But you haven't been on long. I sure haven't. I just started. I normally start at the half hour, so 15 minutes ago-ish. Dang it, that's so close. I want to improve that so bad. I want to make the game so much better so that if the graphic of the arrow intersects the graphic of the target, then you should be counted as hitting the target. But because they're just HTML elements with a width of 1 pixel and overflow turned on, then it's not really a thing. Oh yeah, all you have to do, Jim, is redeem the archery redemption for 1 point. Still enjoy it either way. I long for the tongue. Dang, the target is way over here. Good luck. Just know that 100, power of 100 is really strong. It is normal Olympic archer average velocity, average flight speed. And this would be 70 meters away, and the average velocity is something like 102 meters per second. What is it? Does anyone remember? View. Settings. Turn this off. Game settings. 106 meters per second. So your target is most likely 70 meters away because it looks like it's at the edge. And you can shoot at 106.68 meters per second at 100 velocity. And so the first number is the angle, the second number is your magnitude. Yep. Angle then power. And the reason that you might want to shoot at a higher angle is because you get extra points the longer the arrow stays in the air. And then, of course, how close to the center of the target. And it made the target tiny for you. Oh no, and your time timed out because someone else was queued. All right, watch me lurking here up. Yeah. I'll make the game better someday, but for now I'm gonna do work, of course. Set this as my current focus browser. Run the app. I might need to restart Visual Studio. I don't know what the last thing I did on this computer was. I don't know if I published or not. We'll see if we have syntax highlighting and the colors, and we do. Cool. So you do get 3 shots, by the way. Oh, you know. And you can do the math yourself if you I'll show the box that the gameplay is in. How do I do that? Studio mode. Go to archery bot. Go to interact. Open up my debug. So you can see that your target is 65 meters away out of a maximum 70, and it is at a height of, oh, I don't know what the height is, but you can see what the gameplay size is, gameplay area size is. And the buffers on the left and right are just for the graphics. The vertical lines just inside are the actual 0 to 70 meters away from you. Did that send 2 messages? No. Okay, good. Thank you so much for the Gigantify Ducky. I kept disappearing behind the panel? I don't know. Wakarimasen desu. By the way, is that a Maui project? It is not, but it could just as easily be a Maui project. All I would have to do is create a new Maui app and point the UI to it. Actually, this one not so easy because I am using the app.razor from inside of the new Blazor web app project. What I typically do for my applications themselves is I put the app.razor and now routes.razor inside of my external component library with all of my routable pages there. That way, if I do want to make a desktop version or a Maui version in general, I could just create the Maui app, point it to that component library, and have it do the component root component being app.razor from that library. And it would work just the same as a Blazor WebAssembly version of it, because the thing that I would dependency inject are all of the HTTP client implementations of my services. So we're going to do that with one of the applications coming up. I'm almost done with this one. I wanted to meet with the client again for some more feedback on the work that's been done on it. And it's looking pretty close to finished. UI wise, of course, it looks like a usable app, and that's about it. What am I looking for? I'm looking for projects and new lab data. Okay, so here's an example of what this application does. The core part of this is open source, and we will continue working on it more on Friday. Getting it up to date with my work product version of the core library, because I do want to use the open source version in my work product and only have one of them to maintain. But if you grab a file, either XLS, XLSX, when I say either, what I meant was either Excel as a .xls or XLSX file, or a CSV file. You choose the file, drag and drop, and then Excel data reader reads the file into dataset with a data table, or as many data tables as you have worksheets in your Excel workbook that have data in them, displays it on the screen, and the goal of the application is to map from the data that you're importing to some C# type that you want it to become, some list of C# records. I've configured it to use my RTrack upload. So here I'm telling it my target type is an RTrack upload model, which is just a C# POCO. And what that means is that all of these properties will now be a target property that you can configure from one of your imported fields. And you do that by clicking the Field Mapper button, Field Mapper Configurator. It automatically tried to map. Exactly, yes. There's going to be a lot of that. So there is... if the property name in your C# object was similar to, in other words, all it does is it does a case insensitive compare and removes all special characters, underscores, which are probably the only special characters. Well, I guess in source you can have spaces, you can have dashes, so it gets rid of all special characters and tries to see, all right, is that remaining text the same as? If so, then say that these two are going to be mapped together. So it does that right when you drag in a file. And then you just start configuring all of the fields. And it's like you do file type. I don't remember where file type is. I don't even think file type is in here. So anyway, point is you configure it. If you have any configuration options, you'll get a red triangle with a bang in the middle. And then I need to turn finite down a little. And then we got the shout out for Big Gamey as well. Thank you so much, Dukasoft. You're the best. So this is telling us here is the value you're currently using for your value transformation chain. Because these can be chained together, you can go from this and then you can do math on it. You can do math on it, which will be the value coming in plus 80. You got 85.0, etc., etc. Oh, Dukasoft. This is not Big Gamey stream. We don't need extra shout outs for me. I think you meant to So Duka 119 Creative. I love how the scrolling message comes out of my neck. Don't tell Duka, but I blocked shoutouts for me on my stream. Nice. Apparently, this only does integer math. Or at least the out value becomes an integer, so that's something I need to write down because they will most likely want doubles. Math done on a double. So perform calculation. Math done on a double returns an integer value. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to match that up because of the angle, but I can try. I can try. Wow. Did it work? Awesome. Well, good idea, Terrier Darts. Shout out to Terrier Darts. You're a Godot streamer, right? I see you all the time on Big Gamey stream. I'm pretty sure I'm following you. I am following you. I lurk on your stream whenever I see you live, which hasn't been much lately because you either stream at a time when I'm not awake or near my computer, or you just haven't been streaming much lately. I lurk on up to 4 people's streams at the same time during my workday and during my 2-hour after work day. TD is a northern legend, is what he is. Pew. Oh man, again, another one that's like right at 70. I gotta know. Are you right at 70? You're at 69.059 meters. If you want to do the math calculations for angle, trajectory, and everything else. Like, I could do that, I guess. If you can do the math, which I guess you can pull up a trajectory calculator. But if you can do the math for calculating your trajectory based on your maximum velocity being 106.68 meters per second, the distance that the arrow is, gravity is negative 9.81 meters per second squared, and you do the math, no wind, you're in a vacuum, then you could definitely get your score as high as possible. Uh-oh. We actually got a clip of that. Let's check it out. Chicken out. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to copy the link. Stop. I can't copy the link. Copy. Okay, I got it. I'm copying the link because my regular browser doesn't play sound through the stream, so I use a different browser, aka Firefox. if I ever want to do sound on the street. Even though this clip doesn't really need sound. I wouldn't be able to match that up because of the angle, but I can try. Wow. Whoa. You aren't kidding. My mouth was actually pretty centered on it. Hi, DVD. Hope your meetings go well. Great stream earlier. I hope you have a fun day. Regardless of meetings or not, I hope it's still a great, amazing day. Did I beat you to it? I did. Oh, no, we pushed it at the same time, and mine says I have to wait 59 minutes and 59 seconds before giving him another shout out. So you beat me to it by a millisecond. Okay, anyway, I wrote that down. So the transformations work. So what I did since the last time you saw this is I created a constant value mapping rule that pretty much says, actually this is a bad one to do it on. For the laboratory, for example, we see that the laboratory is required, and right now there is no value being specified for the lab. So as soon as you type in a value, then awesome, it works. Actually, the lab is something like ER. And if you still violate the rule, it doesn't really give you a great description of what's wrong, because this is a summary. This is a summary of all of the validation errors that happen for that specific field. Where constant value, it's always going to be this. So if it violates one rule, it's going to violate all of the rules the same way. I mean, all of the values the same way. Gosh, what am I trying to say? So if we go here into site type, for example, we can see that there are multiple site types. It is possible that for any given site type, I could violate the string length rule. And here's a better example so that we can see just one. Map values, if we see QCMB, then we will output to QCMB2 is our mapping rule. And so every other case will fall through and get back the original value. I'm going to add some options to this for what to do in the default case, what to do when the value is not found in the lookup table. But for now, this is the only one that violates the rule of being at most 4 characters. So the message out here for site type is the output value for at least one of the sources is invalid. And then that prompts the user to come in, check out their preview values and find that value and fix it, find out what's wrong with it and do whatever needs to be done to fix it. Here, we don't get a configurator. This is the configurator for constant value. So we don't have another screen to go into to see that it's violating the string length. So I probably want to put the red triangle here, or for constant values, grab the first validation error and have this message be that first validation error. So we're going to do that now. We're going to make a decision on that now. I love the name of the clip, the name that it generated for that clip. Boring, exuberant, baboon, shady, Lulu. That's me. Okay, but anyway, that means that lab work, or that constant value works now. And when we preview the output, we can see that the lab is always outputting as ER. I guess that's another way that you could see the validation message. So if we told this to be wrong, then we see it for each row, and each row will give us the lab. The field lab must be maximum length of 3, and we'll customize those messages. But Mars is here. Mars says, I am done with this week. Awesome. I generally take things in a You are glad for it, not a... That statement could be taken as you're frustrated by the week, and so you're done with it. Or it could mean that you finished with your last bit of work for the week and you're done with it. Oh, so it's the former. I apologize for any inconvenience it may cause you. I cannot handle stupid anymore. So many philosophy things to bring up. I will leave it alone though. But we are here for you. I'm sorry you have to deal with stupid. I hope stupid goes away and you don't have to deal with it anymore. Just like these spam messages. So Big Amy was asking, meaning you hate the week or you have finished all your work? And Mars said, as in I'm tired of the BS, I cannot handle stupid anymore. Big Amy said, in that case, I take your I am done with this week and I raise you, I am so done with this week. Stupid will never go away, unfortunately. In fact, it seems to be getting stronger. I'm not going to agree with you, but if that is how you feel, you are allowed to feel that way. Your energy stays with you. My energy stays with me. All right, so what else can we do with this tool? Dukasoft says, in some cases, I agree. You're allowed. You are absolutely allowed. 100%. This dockable toolbar is not in the core library version. Instead, you get a couple of buttons here, one for the open the field mapper and one for open the preview and collapse the preview. But in this version, since I have a database backing, I have a way for you to be able to save templates. And a template is simply a set of field mappings that you have already set up previously so that you don't have to do it every single time you're trying to import a file that's the same shape as one you've already set up before. So here, I am recalling a template that I've already set up for this imported data shape, and everything is configured correctly. You can see here that I am manually specifying a constant value for the lab instead of taking it from the lab field, but I could have just taken the lab field. In another file, it doesn't have the lab at all, and therefore there is no field to import. And that's why I wanted to have constant value. But that just showed that I'm able to save and recall. I'm not necessarily, I mean, that's something that I don't want to make a thing. I am not trying to, gosh. I'm doing things for my own benefit as far as the way that I think about how the world works and the things that I accept as what is true and what isn't true about how my life is going. And it's not necessarily trying to be positive, because being positive can be toxic, and it's in a way where you're kind of bypassing all of the things that are actually happening to you and that you're experiencing. But all of your experiences are valid and they are worth having, but you get to choose which ones they are, and I choose the ones that are not frustrating or against me. I'm choosing things that are in service to me. That's all. Yeah. I like that statement. So Mars says, we cannot all be as positive as one lion. He truly is a ray of sunshine in the darkness. No, I understand. You're not toxic. Just have a good outlook on life. I mean, like, it's still terrible because my ego has this trait of wanting to be frustrated. Like, I don't actively want to be frustrated, but for whatever reason, I get some kind of hit. I get some kind of dopamine for being able to be frustrated by something. And so I am often attracting situations to myself that give me the opportunity to be frustrated. Like, for example, this OBS thing that I was trying to do, often attractive. Thank you, Piggy. When I was trying to set up OBS for the other stream, it just wasn't working for me, and I ended up starting my stream late, but that was all on me for starting to even try to do configuration in OBS 30 minutes before I'm going to start streaming. I'm like, oh, this is going to be fast. I'm like, no, I'm just setting myself up to be frustrated. But I chose not to be frustrated by it. I just accepted it as, I did it again. Oh well. That kind of thing. But anyway, Mars says, I feel that sometimes when things are going well, I go looking for problems to solve. Yeah. And that is a pretty typical human trait, I guess. I don't know. Like, here's another one. Messages. I rarely get emails and team chats, like rarely get emails and team chats, but I get about, I don't know, 200 spam notifications a day, and I get frustrated by notifications that are not work related happening during my workday. So why don't I just turn notifications off, at least during my workday, so that my phone doesn't buzz? I have a do not disturb button that will prevent notifications from happening because I have my computer for Teams. I have my computer for my email. Why, oh why, do I need my phone to buzz at me every 2 minutes? And the answer is I don't, because I forget to turn them on again. But I can just set a do not disturb mode for 9:30, or I guess for the entirety of my workday. Anyway, I'll do that eventually. I say that. Will he? Who knows? Moving on. So this application is, like I said, for the most part done. What we get to do now is some cleanup and adding maybe another mapping rule. We're going to make the hardest mapping rule ever, from a UI perspective and from a functionality perspective. I need a mapping rule that is a conditional mapping rule that says, if this thing here is true, then output this value. Otherwise, output this other value. Or otherwise, execute this other conditional statement. And we're going to have both a mapping rule that allows us to do that, as well as a value transformation rule that allows us to do that. So I see the mapping rule as a conditional rule. Oh, jeepers. For example, I have a sound alert that is really loud in my ears. Hopefully it's not too loud in yours. That is really loud in my ears. Let's go. Oh man. Oh. And regardless of that, I still get a lot more done. I'm getting more done than I had been getting done. Thank you so much for the bets. Than I had been getting done. And it was my time at Sagetti that really made my productivity level just go. Because while I was working there was so much frustration. There was so much annoyance with the way the team worked or didn't work together, and just the way that I got pulled in so many different directions that it was like, why do I even start working on anything? Because what's going to happen is I am going to get interrupted in 2 minutes by someone that wants to talk about the weekend. And so when I was back to working at RMA full time, I just found myself distracting myself, like looking up YouTube videos on music production and techniques and stuff during my workday, and thinking I can just have that playing on the side while I do my job and absorb the information from it. And then I end up giving it my information, my attention, more of my attention, and trying the stuff out, opening Fruity Loops, opening Vital, opening whatever other synth, and trying out the thing that they're saying, as opposed to continuing to do my work and just absorb the information from the video. So that had to stop. So now when I stream during the day, I get to be on my code the majority of the time. Yes, I do interrupt myself to talk with you guys, which I love doing. That's the whole point of me choosing to stream, is that I get to hang out with other developers. But I still get more done. Big Amy says, I still get more done than Big Amy does on his streams. I see where that was going. Nope. You got a lot done on I was about to say something really, really bad to talk about the name of the game. But I think it's called Need for Seed. So you get a lot done on Need for Seed. So you're good. You got a lot done on, was it yesterday? No, nobody streamed yesterday. Everyone was like, yesterday was a day to cancel streams. TBD had a prior engagement. Irish John has family stuff. Big Amy doesn't usually stream on Tuesdays. Yeah. Like, all the people that I normally lurk on just weren't streaming. Sedalix was streaming, though. So that was good. Okay, where else are we? Stony Eagle says, I shall interrupt you now. Hello. Well, hello back. I hope you're having a great day. By the way, I saw Thindle in Sedalix's stream yesterday. Yeah, I was there. I wasn't fully paying attention because, again, music. I love working on music. And yesterday I wasn't even working on the song that I had been working on, which is, again, transparency. I want to make this as clear as possible because I don't want to be accused of trying to say that something that AI generated is my product or my creative idea. It's not. I'm working on taking a song that Suno generated and remaking it in Fruity Loops and mastering it myself and mixing it and producing it and all that stuff myself, performing it even myself as much as I can. And because I got so much of it done so far, it's still a little empty and I don't know why, but because I got so much of it done, I just spent yesterday going through all of the Flex instruments. So Flex is a plugin that you get with Fruity Loops when you buy a subscription, or not even a subscription, when you purchase Fruity Loops, you get Flex at some level. I think it's yeah, I can't even tell you which level, but you get it for free, or not for free, I guess, because you're buying it with Fruity Loops. It comes with Fruity Loops Remix, more like rebuild. Awesome, I can commerce. So anyway, I was just looking through the instrument sound banks on Flex. There's a lot of instruments, a lot of presets, and trying to find the ones that would work for that song. And while I was doing that, I'm like, I may as well just star the ones that I like. So I went through every single one of the sound banks, every single one of the presets, and favorited the ones that I liked and could see myself using in the future. And that's all I did during music yesterday. I even did it through the evening after dinner. That was all that I did. And my ears are not super happy about it, but yeah, I got it done. And so I look forward to starting up my Monday music streams. I'll do it on Mondays. I might stream today on that channel just to get it set up. So I have the OBS set up finally. I still need to do the backgrounds. I need to do the profile picture because that's all AI generated art currently. and I don't want to alienate people by having AI generated art. Yeah, so I'm gonna have may as well just do a shout out for it. One Lion Creative. Oh, I can't do a shout out currently. HCS switch. Oh, you know what? We can do a Sudoku. Lion Creative. I can't. Oh, I can. So I will be doing music stuff on that channel, most likely on a regular basis on Mondays after my regular software development streams. And then I'm going to spend the rest of the week doing music on my own until I get more comfortable in it. It's an awesome command. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of setup for the stream itself. Like, I want to make sure that I get as little latency between the sound that's being played through any of the plugins, any of the VSTs. One Musical Lion. Yeah, I plan on doing more than just music eventually, but right now music is my focus. But of course, you know, I have the story, the book, and it'd be fun to do that. But right now it will be just music focused. I have an idea for what to do for the profile picture, which is the Automated Realms logo that is transforming into a musical note. Well, yeah. You guys are developers, so that's why I'm doing it on a completely different stream, because you might not be into watching other people struggle with learning how to use a plugin or a synthesizer or write music and just make a whole bunch of noise. But my goal would be to learn from people that are already in doing this type of thing. Yeah. I love watching people struggle. Wait, what? How did I miss that comment? Man. All right, I started adding my schedule to Twitch, so it should show on the schedule tab now. I get that not everybody is in my Discord server, so might not see schedule changes otherwise. Yeah, can I even, did I do that on this channel? I started doing some setup. And like I said, this picture back here is AI generated. The profile picture itself is AI generated. That is concept art of Angie and Reliera. I did put in about, and yeah, we'll add it now. Or no, we won't, because this is Better Goody. I mean, this is One Lion's profile. Okay, what else did I miss? Stony Eagle says, my existence this day was only to have a battle with GitHub Actions, getting it to make it build and publish the executables of my software. It was a struggle, but I did it. So one thing that I've been finding in my local build that I'm going to need to pay attention to when I do the pipeline for this in Azure DevOps is that the .js file is not getting generated if I only do a publish. Or it's getting generated, but in the wrong order. So if we look at the component library, I am using a JavaScript module, and I'm using TypeScript to create that JavaScript module. When I build the Microsoft build, TypeScript build is supposed to run. But the .js file, I don't think it's checked in. Does it? Oh. I could have just checked the git ignore. I could have. I don't know how to read git ignores. It does. Wait. You're on the wrong branch, dear sir or madman. Try again. Okay. Import. Yeah, so there is no www root folder because it's empty when I check it in because the .js. Wait, what? Updates for lab data import UI components. Updates for lab data UI import components. Oh, wrong library. Oh, I slay me. Squinty eyes itself. Let's try this again. Switch branch. Okay, we do have a www root folder and we do have the file itself. So I don't get it. Oh, yes, I do. Because in release, this file gets destroyed and then rebuilt because it doesn't get the .js.map. It gets a different rule for building when we are in release than when we are in debug. For example, we get rid of all comments and we don't use the source map. Okay, what else in chat? What else in chat? Nap. Twitch Retro adds any streams you do into the schedule, but you have to manually add future streams. Yes. Yes. I understand. Twitch. Bit Gamey. How about my channel? The only channel 1 Lion Creative has been on is Bit Gamey's channel. Schedule. Edit schedule. I'm committing to this now. Oh gosh. I'm going to start it at 2. That gives me 30 minutes after the end of the stream. Add a stream. Music. Music Mondays. Every Monday at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time currently. UTC -4 for 1 hour and 30 minutes, putting it at 3:30. Okay, so I will be streaming to the music why didn't it add it? The music category. Save changes. There it goes. On Mondays on 1 Lion Creative. Okay. Getting these actions right is tough. I ended up with almost 100 failed emails. Yep. Yeah. I know the struggle. You are not alone. You're not doing it wrong. 1 Lion Creative for affiliate already? No thanks. It's going to be a while because if I'm only doing 1 stream a week, it's going to be hard for me to get the required hours per month, average hours. Especially if it's only 1.5 hours a week. Getting these actions is tough. I already read that because I know how to read. 3 followers already. Awesome. Yeah, and again, the first stream might be today where I'm just setting up the stream itself. Especially since I do need a break from the current song. Yeah. That's one of those things that I actually can get burned out from. Like software, it's really, really difficult for me to get burnt out doing software development all day long. When I was working at the other place, I was doing my day job from normal working hours and then extra contract work in the evenings for 4 hours after dinner every day. Oh, it was good times. I felt I was not spending as much time with my wife as I wanted to, so we are at a different point in time now where all I'm doing is my regular day job from 4:30 to 1:30. Yes. Okay. I need to cover up Oik. So I like supporting streamers and all, but I don't like lurking on gaming streams because they are easily distracting. And today he's playing a game. But I still want to support him. All right, everyone is unmuted. So shout out to It's Oik. He's currently playing a game called Satisfactory. I didn't recognize it at all because I didn't know that there was a first-person version of the game, or that it was a first-person game. I guess I'm thinking of Factorial, or the other one. So anyway, covered his stream up, and now I got Finite and Visual Studio. What are they talking about on the Visual Studio channel? It is the AI community stand-up today. How to supercharge your rag. All right, so moving on. Where are we? I said we were going to fix something with the constant value, and that was making the decision, not even fix, making the decision on how to update the error message that gets displayed when you have an invalid value for a given field. So my choices are to put another red bang next to the value that you're typing in when it's invalid, or override the message that gets displayed here when we are choosing constant value. And that message will be the first validation error that we encounter because all of the validation errors will be the same for that field. I don't know where you are, but I'm in here. I'm at work. Oh, hat. I'm in hat. You should have at least put one L. I would have caught it faster. I am in third density and a little bit of higher frequency. A little bit. I'm supposed to wake up according to some message. I just don't know what that means or how. So, moving on. We're going to update this message. That's the decision I just now made. This message will say the specific first validation error that seems the easiest, and it does seem more visually pleasing than to have red bangs everywhere. It's Zion trying to get you out of the Matrix. True, true. It is. It is. I'm not going to disagree with you. I just don't know how. Or that I want to fully yet. I will eventually, but not yet. 8-Bit says, welcome to the watch stream on side monitor while working on, oh gosh. Welcome to the watch stream on side monitor while working on main monitor stream group. I have 3 monitors as well. Here is my setup if you've never seen it before. We're ending the stream. What? No, we're not. Just moving this up. Moving me out of the way. This is my setup. In the middle is the monitor that I have the other streams on. Camera's sitting on top of that monitor now instead of the one on the right. And then the one on the right is the monitor with the stream itself. And then the monitor on the left is one that I have my email, OBS, or not OBS, Discord, and Teams, and my cost accounting software, and every now and then Jump Desktop. But yeah, that's where we're at. That's my place. Welcome. And this, kids, is why quotes or commas are needed. Sorry. You got the ellipses down. Mars says, my central monitor is email. Right is stream and Discord. Left is ERP and software. Or ERP software. Yeah. 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 And it's kind of difficult. Well, I guess not really too difficult, but on Tuesdays and Thursdays when I don't stream, I'm sitting over there in front of a TV, and it's only one TV. And so I have my code, I have Visual Studio on half of the screen, and it's 4K, of course. I have Visual Studio on half of the screen, and then I have, oh, this is going to be harder to position. I have other people's streams. Oh gosh. No, I got it stuck. Okay. I somebody work with me here. Somebody work with, oh my goodness. There we go. Goodness. I have the streams I watch in the top right quadrant, and then I have the application in the bottom right quadrant. And of course, toolbar is hidden, so I get the most screen real estate. So this is what my screen usually looks like on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but over there in 4K resolution. Oh, jeepers. Okay, Abed says, yeah, started to type then had a brain blast to solve a problem I was working on in code. Got a bit sidetracked mid-message. No worries whatsoever. And also my AnyDesk, which I'm guessing is standing desk, is on the right. No, AnyDesk. What is AnyDesk? It's a remoting software, which is remoted to my home PC to code. So that's also over here when not busy. I use Jump Desktop. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. So we're going to put the more descriptive error message in the field mapper configurator screen, which I don't have open currently. So let's go find it. Field mapping, field mapper editor. You go out here. Code behind goes down here. That's data import page. Try again. Okay, so on this page, the column and error message is here. If this field has validation errors, then we're going to find out if this field.mapping rule type is what jeepers. I'm gonna type it out first in an if statement, and then we're gonna one line it. Bar or if this field dot mapping rule type is a mapping rule type dot constant value, then our message is going to be this field dot mapping rule dot source field transformations dot first dot validation errors. transformation. Where are your validation errors? Oh, they're in the transformation result. That transformation results dot first dot error message. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're going to do a little bit of pattern matching here. So if this field, if this field is constant value rule, CVR, which means that one, it's not null, and two, it is, or I guess the other way around. One, it is a constant value rule, and two, it's not null. Then we can do CVR.source transformation. Okay. So this is going to be our inline if. Oops. Else. We're just going to do a empty string. Hello, Foolish Snabble. I can't do an inline. Oops. I can't do an inline assignment. What I could do is a switch expression. Oh. Switch. Comma. And why isn't this working? Oh, because it's up here. Right. Yes, I'm going to call you CVR2 for now. All right, good. So Snabble came in. I missed a few chats. So 8bits said his comment, and then Mars responded to 8bits' comment saying, I have 3 monitors, and then we talked about your monitors. 8bits said, and this kid's is why. And we read that one. Also my AnyDesk. And 8bits said, yeah, started to type, then had. Okay, I did read that one. I'm terrible at remembering what I read. Snabble came in and said, also, if anyone is using fluent assertions, it seems they switched to a split license, which means many need to pay for it now. That is one thing that I wanted to point out to TBD Gamer, because I think earlier today he said he gets fluent assertions and fluent validation mixed up. And that I think he does use fluent assertions, or he doesn't use fluent assertions because he doesn't like the word should or something. I can't remember. But I wanted to bring that to his attention as well, because on the YouTubes, in my feed, on my primary one, Nick Chopsis has a new video that he posted this morning my time about fluent assertions. Like, I don't like that he's telling people not to use it because of this. People should be able to decide on their own whether they want to continue using it or not. But point is that they changed their license. Well, I don't know what it was about. I just saw the thumbnail, the sensationalized thumbnail, and the title. That seems like they went to some kind of hybrid model, hybrid licensing model. Freemium, as it were. So there you go. Yeah, but to say don't use this product because they changed their licensing model in order to make a profit, like I don't like what Duende did. with how integrated the original identity server was with new Blazor templates, for example, and then they made a freemium license plan for it, and I was like, okay, that just locks me in and now I'm screwed. I didn't like that, but I'm not telling people don't use Duende Identity Server. I'm giving the information that this is what happened to me. This is my point of view. So you can decide on your own whether you want to continue using it or not. That's just me. Snubble says, yes, I agree. They changed the license, and if people are happy with new split license, they should use it. And 8-Bit said, I think sometimes charging models to start making a profit is not an avoidable thing. It depends on how they implement monetization and how they discuss it with their current customers. I mean, yeah, so again, the way they approach it and your opinion of how they approached it being good, bad, etc., is valid, and you're allowed to express it. But to express it as a you should not XYZ because I feel these things, I can't agree with that. I don't like that approach. Instead, give me the information and I will decide on my own. But Kenny says, or Kenny emotes, Kenny falls from the sky, dives into the shadow, and jumps with a perfect salto? Salto! Like the ice skating spin move thing? I've never actually seen that as something you do. Into the room, sneezes, and falls on his bum. Don't shout out that loud. My ears. Ducks and covers. Hi, Kenny. Kenny's fantastic. If you couldn't tell, great personality, fantastic entity, mind, body, spirit complex thing that streams. Oh, seems it's a German word. Salto is roll in the air. So, if you look at, not YouTube, Google. Ice skating. Oh my gosh, how to spell ice skating salto? You will see that it's called Salcow. It's called Salcow. I don't know why they're showing the skater upside down, because you don't actually do a backflip or anything. Why are you showing an upside down skater? Weird. And it's named after a person. Okay. So it's not salto. Salto. Okay, I think when money is needed for an already free software, trying a Blender approach is a great idea. Blender, the modeling program, made a tech talk how they changed one thing and ended up increasing their funding by, I think, 3-fold the very first financial quarter. Oh no, you're completely okay. I would choose not to engage in that conversation if I was needing to get stuff done, which I do. And all they did was changed where the donation button was on their website, no joke. But yeah, like for me, if I had a free open source software that many people were using but was taking a lot of effort to maintain, I would turn it into a community project and say, if you want this updated, you guys are going to have to take over maintenance of it because I don't have the capacity to. I wouldn't start charging for it. But that's just me. Yeah, and then Kenny said, sorry for sidetracking. Thanks for the shout out, Lovely Bean. How are you doing? Hope all is fine over there. All is well. All is fantastic. All is wunderbar. Okay, we're going to finish updating the error message. We're getting close. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say our message is still going to default to if there are no source field transformations for a given mapping rule, then we will do this first in all cases. Next, we will do the based off of which mapping rule. So this will be the switch statement here. Then we do the special handling of the specific mapping rule. And by default, we will print out this message. And we have now one-lined the split out if statement. We can bring you back to CVR, period. Okay. This means that immediately once hot reload works and applies, which kind of looks like it did, if we have an error, this message should be the first validation error, and that is that this field cannot exceed 3 characters. Or it's going to be empty. Summon a biscuit and then eat it. It looks like it's empty. I don't see a title. Why would the transformation result be empty? Like, what has validation errors? Value validation results. Is it specifically in the field mapping itself? Is that what I'm getting wrong? I mean, we are in the field mapping. Is there... Yeah, here's our dictionary of errors. Is there a way for me to get the field error? How am I getting the individual errors then? Okay, we need to figure out how we're displaying the errors in the value transformation. Not you? Yes, you. All right. But how are you doing today, Candy? I saw you over in TBD stream, hanging out. Will you be streaming later today? I don't know your schedule. Are you streaming right now? Are you both streaming and not streaming? Now, hello, Zons. Happy Wednesday to you. Saw you in TBD stream too. Yes. Long dog walk, long day, long work day, and now chill a bit. Tons of bugs on work. I lurk. And of course, all of you that do lurk and do not ever chat, I greatly appreciate your energy here. Thank you so much for being here. You are never ever required to engage using chat or anything like that. And you are no less appreciated than these wonderful people that are chatting. Thursdays and Friday streams. Okay. The lurking non-chatters are really the most productive among us. Potentially. They might be the most distracted too. Who knows? I will make no assumptions. I just know that they are here. And valued. Speaking of valued, where is this error message on my preview table? This is the preview table. No, I need the specific individual result preview. Is that you? Results preview. Where's your error message, dear sir or madman? I don't get it. It can't be in the value transformation configuration. It can't be here. It can't be. The rule details wouldn't have it either. It does have it. Dang. It's in the rule details. All right, so if my transformation result was failure, so one thing that we need to look for then in our field mapper editor is that we need to get the first where x dot was failure. Then we can get the error message from that. Because that's what we are using here, definitely. So we are using the error message of the transformation result. If this errors, then that means that it did not find an error at all. I guess something that we could do is every single time this renders, we could write out what message it found. Which is not going to show up in here because I think one of the most recent things I did was changed it from deploying as WebAssembly or as auto render mode auto to render mode server only. So we need our console window. 8-Bit says, speaking of that, I gotta head out today and prepare for my stream. Doing something a bit different today, streaming different game dev places to apply for jobs. Awesome. And we did get an exception, specifically in the app not running anymore. But did that happen? Yeah, because sequence contained no matching elements, which means that this is incorrect. Oh. I think it has to do with when I'm applying the constant value mapping rule. That would be up here. Constant value. Mapping rule. Constant value mapping rule. The first thing that I'm doing is I am trying to apply the rule. So here's the issue with the constant value. It's a special case because there is really no field associated. Yeah, there is no incoming field associated with this, but the only way that I can try applying any of these value transformations, which I need to restart the app because it crashed. Moment. And Kenny said to 8-Bits, good luck and have fun. Hope your stream goes awesome. Awesome. There we go. Stay up. Don't minimize. Don't minimize. Good window. Good window. Okay. The explanation of the constant value mapping rule is when I choose constant value, or sorry, when I choose any other rule, the place that I can see whether there are valid and invalid values based off of our imported data is inside of this value configuration screen, where I have access to all of the possible values in the set of imported values for that specific field. When we do constant value, it doesn't reference any of the imported fields at all, or it wouldn't have referenced any of the imported fields at all. It's just a constant value that you would output for each row that it's given. However, in order to know whether or not the value that you are typing is valid or invalid, I needed to get some field from the data set so that I can see how many rows of data, how many items to generate the transformation results for. And when I do that, the way that I'm doing that is when you pick constant value rule from that field mapper window, which needs to be pinned because I'm going to go to it often, I handle mapping rule changed. And if I see that it's the special case of constant value rule, then I set the field transformation to the first first imported field, so that with that imported field, I can get the list of value transformations. Then when I apply the constant value rule without any parameters, so the base apply method is apply the field transformation to that field. And what I really should do is set field transformation. Yeah, there's no way that I could set this to anything because this doesn't have a concept of imported data. It just knows a field that it's being pointed to, which kind of sucks. Right? You don't know the file that you're being created for, right? True. And then the apply method. So yeah, this thing has no concept that it's being created in support of a specific imported file and a specific data table within that imported file, for that matter. Instead, it only knows that it is the mapping rule for a specific field with its own set of values. Okay. So that said, when we do the apply rule, goodness gravy. We are going to Azure DevOps, says President, not sure. Hi, President. Welcome in. Why dost thou hate me so much? It doesn't. It's actually in favor of you. Okay, so if the source field transformations is not null and has a count greater than 0, then we will get source field transformation 0. Otherwise, we will throw an error to the developer to say this should have a source field transformation, right? Because there is no way for us to create a new source field transformation without an import record field descriptor. And that comes from the file itself, which this thing has no knowledge of. which is making me, it's making me not want to use a field. But like the problem is that the parameterless version of apply applies the transformation, the value transformation operation to every value for the related fields. And so we would get back a list of number of transformed values. But what I'm trying to do here is make sure that field transformation is not null, or not even nullable at all. So then we only do this. No. Goodness. Because what I would really like to do is field transformation dot value transformations, add value transformation, new interpolate. What did I call it? Interpolate operation. Yeah, interpolate operation with the operation detail being rule detail. This is what I really want to do. Unfortunately, that means it's going to use the syntax of an interpolate operation, which means if the user does happen to use $ curly brace number curly brace, they truly intend it to come out with that value, that constant value, it's going to be treated as a placeholder. And if that's a valid index, deepers. What I can do is, because the only thing that I care about is whether, like, the value itself is getting overwritten here, the final output value. So what I could do is replace $ with underscores, for example. That way we still get one character in place of the $, and we would remove any indication that this is a placeholder variable. We still also get a special character. Is there, I'm gonna ask this, and if you have the availability and attention to be able to respond to it, please do. Otherwise, please don't. Is there ever going to be a case, and I'm also kind of making it rhetorical because I'm asking myself, is there ever going to be a case where a validation rule on a property would be, if this character shows up in that property, then it's invalid? Or if this character doesn't show up, then it's invalid? I guess the one that might break things is if you do use the currency symbol and you actually are trying to put in a currency value and you have a validation rule that says this must be a number, it will treat the currency value or the currency symbol as part of the number. So maybe we should replace the open curly brace with an underscore, because that would be safer. With there really isn't anything that would be based off of the curly brace in a string. Hot Reload is like, I ain't gonna build. You got some errors. Okay. So what are we gonna do in the case of not assigning a source field? As I mentioned before, we need the developer to know that a source field needs to be set for this transformation. Unless I can think of another way to get around needing the source fields in order to generate the list of transformation results. Because what's happening is when the apply method is used, we get back an array of the size of the data set. And on top of that, we would need to put together the man, this is so difficult to think about. If I were to do this without needing a source field reference, then what I would do is return an array with just one element, and that would be a new transformation result with the value equaling detail. And the original value would default to null, but this wouldn't validate whether that is a valid value for this field, whereas when we do the value transformation operation, we do validate the value. Or do we? Maybe we don't. Where does the validate actually happen? Oops, wrong button. No, control. First I pushed Control V, and then I erased it, and I was like Shift F. No. Rober, source, repos. Who even is C users Rober? You're confusing me. Stop that. Who am I looking for? I was looking for the validate method. And yeah, I don't know where validate happens. Would have thought the validate happens on the mapping rule itself. The other place that the validate could happen is on the field transformation, which I think we did see that's where it happens. Not the field transformation, the field mapping. Okay, there we are. There was a... Did I just read that? There is a public validation results. There's a public validation results on field mapping. Field mapping, you are for a specific property, right? You are. and there's an internal bool validate. Update validation results. Validation. Okay, so then how are we deciding whether to show the error or not? Oh gosh. That was if has validation errors, and then has validation errors is based on validation results is greater than 0, which means that we should be able to go to the field mapping and get the validate. Yeah, why can't I see the validation results? This is a field mapping, right? No, this is the, I mean, yes, wait, what? This is a mapping rule. This field is a field mapping. Now we should be able to get validation results, and we can get the first validation result. Oh gosh. Where key, what? What am I using for the key here? I'm getting value key. Oh, for the, I guess I do need the mapping rule, CVR. Actually, no, I don't, because that's part of all of them. But it'd be easier to get access to. CVR.rule detail. The key is a validation context? What am I doing to myself? Try get value. So why is my backing value valuation? Why is my backing value validation field a dictionary of string list of validation result, and my capital validation wait, what? Oh my goodness, I'm so confused now. My capital validation results is a dictionary of validation context validation result. Where is this used? That's what the issue is. This is not actually used anywhere. Holy cow, why do I confuse myself so much? Really, no one else is using you at all? Really? Really, no one else is using you at all? Is it because you are static? Okay, since that's not used and I don't want to be able to manipulate the dictionary of validation results from outside of this class, I am going to get rid of it, and I'm going to add a method to get validation results for a given value. public transformation result. Get transformation result for a given value. No. I want a specific validation. So get validation error. That's what I want. Get validation error. And the thing that I want back is the validation result. List of validation results. Right? This is gonna work. Someone once told me that I can do anything I want to do. And I am going to do this. That's right. In programming, you can do anything that you can imagine. Well, I guess I forgot to mention the rest of what they told me, which is that you can do anything you want to do as long as you're willing to put in the effort. Immutable list. No, that went fast. Jiminy. All right, so what we're going to do is, if there are no validation errors for that field, then we'll just return an empty list. Yes, sounds good. So we're going to return try get, yes, 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 exactly. This. What is your refactor suggestion? Excuse me, you have a refactor suggestion for me. Collection initialization can be simplified. Oh, really? I can just use the square brackets for an immutable list? Interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that this also does immutable list. I thought that I had to do 2 immutable list every time. Very, very interesting. Okay, so this field dot get validation error, and this is actually errors. Now that I'm looking at this a little closer, come on, compile. Oh my gosh, hurry up, do the thing. Or just let me do this, and then I will use the refactor tool to rename. It's not even going to bring up the refactor. Is it you? No, it's not you. Come on, Roslyn. There. Did it work? It didn't work. Faster. Come on. Okay, it's only being used in one place, so I'll just manually do that. Why? Why? Oh, why do we need to fight with you? I don't like fighting. Okay, so we have our list of validation errors for this field dot mapping rule dot rule detail, which again, I gave myself an easier way to access the mapping rule. I need to use it. Okay. And then we'll do dot first from that, and then we'll get the error message from that. Goodness gravy. All right. So, because this has validation error, We know that get validation errors will not return an empty list. Therefore, we know we will have a first. I want the application to error if there are no elements in the sequence, because that means that has validation errors is incorrect for this case. And I need to investigate why is it giving me a false positive for validation errors when it shouldn't be. Okay, that said, let's run the app and make a million hours of progress. Take one, just one. I don't think it's running because Bill failed because I have a hanging semicolon. Oh, because I didn't actually write the message. New argument exception? Is that what we want? New. What kind of exception do we want to make this? What would make sense to put here? Argument null exception, but there are no arguments here. Constraint exception? What are you supposed to be used for? Oh, come on, don't you have information? I'm going to look at what a constraint exception is typically used for, if this is a good usage of it. Data exception is typically generated using ADO.NET. End of stream, evaluate. Oh, come on. Ooh, field access exception. The exception that is thrown when there is an invalid attempt to access a private or protected field inside of a class. No, that's not what we're doing. Format exception. Yeah, here we go. Invalid constraint represents the exception that is thrown when incorrectly trying to create or access a relation, specifically in system.data. So wrong kind of constraint. I was thinking of it in a different context. I think I need to create my own custom exception for this. Ooh, invalid operation exception. Let's take that, because this is true. The since it's an exception, I should be able to. I'm thinking of logging. Just kidding. Yeah, just kidding. I was thinking of logging. I was going to use the built-in string template stuff that log, like Serilog uses, for example. The name of, just in case this class name ever changes, constant value rule requires a source field. Again, I'm gonna reference the specific property name of source field transformation to be set. I wish there were, like, you know, additional information that you can provide that isn't specific to the exception itself. There probably is. I just don't know if any of these are even settable. Sources. Link. There's a dictionary that can be created with key value pairs. But like this would just be kind of some additional remarks for the developer to know. This is usually done when creating a new mapping rule, a new constant value mapping rule. But this should be enough information, I hope, at least for myself. And I say the developer because who knows in the future what is going to happen to these code bases. I may not always be at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. I don't plan on going anywhere at the moment. But then again, I didn't plan on leaving them to go to the other place that I worked at until situations happened. Funny that, the way life does. Okay, we are running again. We're able to build and run. You can reload yourself now. Very good. Very, very good. So let's see if we were able to get this validation error message to work the way that it's supposed to. We go to our field mapper. Field mapper, we want to use a constant value for lab. We know that. All right, where's our console? Okay, our exception is sequence contains no elements. Field mapper editor, line 46. So this is exactly what I wanted to see, because this would give us a false positive. Because I did this. I still need a way to make this work without needing to reference the list of field transformations. I mean, that's what I should have been trying to do, but I didn't. Okay. What I did was I got the field transformations to always be required to be populated by the developer at runtime. So they have to, you know, be sitting next to the person using this and be like, all right, pause there. No. Okay, I'm still getting the error. Sequence contains no elements. Line 46. Is going to be, wait, line 40. That's not the field mapping. This is field mapping editor.razor, line 46. Okay, so this is where we are. Has validation errors, says if there are any values whose error messages are not blank from this validation error results. So maybe that's something I need to put inside of my get validation errors. So end result is, well, it's not just the results themselves, but we need the results where not string is null or white space. X dot error message. Yeah. So this is relatively new syntax, Gilgamesh. Hi, first of all. Thank you for saying hi first. Not that it matters to me, but This is relatively new syntax for a collection spread operator. So you're saying take everything that was already there and add to our collection the list of objects, a collection of objects that we're going to get from the next thing in the list. So it's shorthand for new list of whatever this thing is. Validation result. But the collection initializer is a shorthand way of letting the compiler, letting C# decide how to populate this with the most efficient way of creating that new collection based off of this existing collection. So that could simply be this dot to immutable list. This is one way of doing it. But what if I change this to a regular list in the future? Immutable list won't work for that. But if I left it as a collection of, then right now the compiler says I'm probably going to do a dot to immutable list versus I'm probably now going to do a dot to list. Or I'm going to leave it as an IEnumerable, maybe with a union of some existing one or just this link statement itself. So pretty easy way of being able to refactor your code without a lot of code changes. It does take some getting used to being able to read it and identify that that's what this is. This by itself, just the square brackets, is the collection initializer for a empty list, empty collection of that type. In this case, it might be immutable.empty of t. Awesome. But anyway, hope your day is going well. Gwell, which is a word. It's a word. Yeah. Just remember that when you're using link, you don't have to immediately, it's called materializing it. You don't have to immediately evaluate the results of your query, of your, what are they called? Chained methods? Of your method chain. You could just continue leaving it as an IEnumerable, or if you're doing entity framework, an iQueryable, until you are ready to materialize it into the actual results. Then you can to-list it, you can iterate through it, you can do something that will cause it to evaluate your expression and execute it. Okay, we'll see if this fixes it. There shouldn't be any values where, oh gosh, man, this is just so tough to think about because I don't exactly know where this backing list is getting applied. This should be happening when we do apply. Mapping rule.apply. I don't know. But yeah, so we saved, we let it rebuilt, and we're going to load our file, and we're going to try choosing the constant value. So say we all. We're going to try really, really hard, and it's just not going to respond to us at all. Are you doing that thing again? Don't do that thing again. Gosh, it looks like it's just immediately erroring out. Let's restart the app. This is obviously how you fix all the issues that you run into. Get a null reference exception, restart the app, and keep doing it until it goes away. Obviously. Getting out of memory exception, same deal. I told my phone not to buzz anymore, but now I still see the icon for the notification, mostly because it's my watch. It's where I keep track of time. So I'm still interrupting myself with email notifications that I don't need to be looking at right now. Oh why, oh why, oh why. Okay, here we go again. Let's try choosing constant value for lab. Still got an error. And the error is still most likely sequence contains no members, no items, elements. Well, I mean, yeah. I don't struggle at all with screen time on my phone because my phone is usually sitting out somewhere away from me during the workday. But I work on a computer screen, so I don't know what that means for minimizing screen time. But phone time, phone screen time, I definitely don't have an issue with. Okay, why are you empty when this thing is telling me that there is a rule, or there are validation results? Okay, we're going to set a breakpoint here and actually run the application in debug mode. Go us. Watch us do it. Unavailable when debug is running. In the meantime, I am going to open up my lurky time on 8-bits and AAOA. And we'll most likely raid one of those two. I'm starting to get the feeling that the reason 8-bits doesn't have as many people viewing his stream, oh, I just have a feeling about it. Do I have a second after the stream? Yes. I am planning on starting my music stream so that I can get it set up today. I won't be doing music related things on it, but that'll be 30 minutes after, so I'll be kind of in between. But yes, for the most part. Do you want to meet on Discord or anything? Or somewhere else? Mars says, I wish there was a way to filter out all the game dev streams and software and game dev. Yeah. And it's really difficult because they do dominate the category. As far as the .NET arena goes, there might be a ton of what's the word? There might be a ton of other technology streamers. If only there was a discovery tool. It would be so cool. I didn't know that I had my memory window open. That's fun. Yeah, can you get that finished today? Says Mars. Rude. Chat isn't, but chat where? Chat on like wait. Chat during the end of the stream or chat? I don't know what you mean by chat. Chat in Discord, chat in some other platform, chat on Twitch after I end the stream, chat on Twitch before I end the stream. Okay, so on Discord. All right, I will be available as soon as I end the stream, so just DM me. Okay. So when we select constant value, it's immediately going to be invalid because constant value is required. I just will hit you with a hard ban hammer. Please don't ban me. I don't want to be banned. Validation results is not empty. Oh, the incoming value is null, whereas the value that we're passing in is empty string. So because the lab field is null, and null is definitely treated as a different value than empty string when it comes to my field mappings. It's a bop hammer, in my opinion, or bob hammer. Yeah, so the problem is that the value that I'm looking for in this dictionary is empty string because that's what the mapping rules rule detail is. And so when this loads, it's seeing that the value is empty string. Why? It's because my current set of field transformations is a single field transformation that gets defaulted to a copy rule. And that specific copy rule, by default, is source field transformations, dagnabbit. It's in the mapping rule. We have to go to the mapping rule. How do I get to the mapping rule? Here, mapping rule dot source field transformations. That default copy rule from my field mapping. No, it's an interpolate rule is what I said. And in fact, it has 0 transformations. Okay. It just reminded me that I saw, I can never remember his first name. The Iglesias comedian. Lofi. Gabriel Iglesias. So randomly one of his skits showed up on my wife's YouTube feed, and she doesn't even watch comedy stand-up, so that was really weird. Anyway, he is hilarious though. I love his comedy skits. And he was talking about how to tell the different Hispanic races apart. Like, you can't just go around calling people or you have to use the term Latin, Latino, Latina, or Hispanic, because you never know which Hispanic person is going to get offended by being called a Hispanic race that they're not. And in America, just about everyone calls someone Hispanic Mexican. Yeah, Latinx. And so he had this really funny skit about it. How you can tell them apart by the way they speak. It was worth watching. If you're into comedy, I guess. That kind of comedy. Because I am very, very into, or not into, typical comedy. What am I trying to do? I am trying not to speak anymore because I'm digging a hole. What if I want to be a Frank Hammer? I mean, Hammer. You're talking about candy spelling, and there you go, messing up the spelling of Hammer. Or that is the true spelling of Hammer. The thing that we're looking at is mapping rule base. When the new mapping rule is created, if, oh my gosh. Yeah, he's hilarious, in my opinion. Wouldn't be an Alice Hammer would be better. Oh, wouldn't be. An Alice Hammer would be better. So what exactly is happening immediately that's causing me to get validation errors? It is most likely that we are trying to get validation errors somewhere. Okay, so let's start there. Field mapper editor. What happens when we change the field mapping selected? We have a handler that's called handle mapping rule changed. If the mapping rule is a constant value rule, then we create a new mapping transformation. And yes, we really do want to initialize it. Like, I also want to create a new value transformation on top of it. So that would mean here, man, but I really don't want the developers to have to go this far. Like, the only thing that they should have to do is populate a new source field transformation with one of the fields from the imported data, which kind of sucks by itself. I just want it to be agnostic of the data, because it's always going to give back a value, and the only thing that matters is whether that value is valid for the output type. And it doesn't need the source data in order to check to determine that. So then what? All right. I think what's happening is I'm not able to see enough of my screen, and I am getting confused and lost. But I'm going to make a mental map of where everything is. But one of the things that does happen after this, that's where we need to go first, is that we are updating validation results for the field mapping itself. That update validation results is the thing that cares about using the source field. And so what I need to do then is figure out I'm still going to try it this way. I'm going to move this over here, but the code on that screen was simply the update validation results, and that's going to be by creating the list of results by calling the apply method. And in this case, our apply method is going to do what I had here before, which is always going to apply a transfer, or to give us back a transformation result, a single transformation result, with the value being the input rule detail. And that way we don't do anything that has to do with validating an interpolate result, because those validations could be completely different than the regular validation we get back from here. You will be a task from result, which means that now I can't use the collection initializer, because it doesn't know what the target type is. Okay. And now you are giving us back, you still don't know what it's going to be? An array is an enumerable. Whatever. We're going to go with this because I need to finish this thought in order to be able to refactor this further anyway. So we're going to always return a transformation result, a collection of transformation results with one transformation result only, which might mean that in our preview, we're going to run into some errors for each row. So we'll make a special rule in our preview for if this is a constant value, then just give back the value itself instead of applying. But we do need the validation errors that might come of this when we do a validate the field mapping rule. And the validate the field mapping rule is the thing that checks to see if the output types constraints are being satisfied by the value that's being returned by the apply method. Yes. All right, we're getting somewhere. So ignore mapping is also specified by the rule itself, and the thing that we have in ignore mapping here has nothing to do with the field transformations at all. It's only whether or not the rule detail, which is non-nullable. Are you non-nullable? Why are you non-nullable? The rule detail should be nullable. Dagnabbit. That's going to cause some issues for me. Because if the rule detail is nullable, but it's almost always empty, then I'm going to have a whole bunch of null checks that I'm going to need. Okay, I'll definitely take a look at it in Discord then after the stream, and I'll respond to you as soon as I can. If it's a question for me, I guess. Now that I'm reading your message, it doesn't sound like it's a question, it's just a thing. So couldn't wait, send you stuff on Discord, but have to go now. Have fun with them. It's a gift. Use them when you like or not. Sounds good. Thank you so much for that. All right, we'll fix any checks on this, but the is empty. Oh gosh. Is empty is never going to be a thing. If you select constant value and you don't put in a value, it could be that you want the constant value to be null or to be empty string. Do I mean that? Because that's what the ignore value does. It makes it empty string. Or I mean, it makes it null. And so we would still get an error for lab because lab is required. But that means if we put in constant value, we never want to ignore. So I will make this a getter defaulted to false, which I guess you don't even need to default it at that point in time because its default is false. And so this will always be false. Okay, so take me back to here. So we will never ignore mapping. Actually, I don't know that. Where is ignore mapping defined? If mapping is ignore rule or is empty. Cool. All right, so now we know. We will not be ignoring the mapping rule ever when it's constant value. Then we're going to try to apply it, and we're going to get back an array of one result. And we're going to validate that one result for this field. Cool. And so that one result is now going to be just the apply is going to be, here's the value with the rule detail as our output. And that's it. That's all we get. This should work, he says semi-confidently as he pushes Control F5, ignoring the fact that his console was still open from the last debug. Why is he speaking in third person? Make him stop. Loading. There it goes. Beautiful. Okay, we're going to have some other errors with, or not errors, but warnings at least, with the rule detail needing to be null checked in a few places. But for now, we're going to try picking our rule of constant value for lab for this required field lab. And it, I mean, it's not really wrong because, no, it is wrong. Because right now the value should be null. And if lab is required and we're outputting a null value, so if I hit map, yeah, exactly. So we're using null. Jeepers creepers. This thing needs to match that. Where's this window? Okay, let's step through this. In our validate, if transform value is null and the field is required, then we should add a new validation result of the field is required. And I think we need to step through this again because I am not following this at all. Normally I can do this, but for whatever reason I can't today. So we're going to stop our debug non-debug session. We're going to do a full debug session. We'll have console nearby just in case we have any output that's being printed out somewhere. We don't need this anymore. Thank you though. All right, pick our file, pick our nose, pick our friends. Pick our friend's nose. Mapper. We don't need, we do need that. Crap, that's gonna happen on every field. We need it disabled for now. Wait, we don't need to disable it. We can keep it enabled, but if we have a condition for the field name to be lab, That's the only one that we care about. Then we won't hit these very often. Settings. Set. Oh my gosh, why aren't you letting me go to settings? Conditions. Field name. East lab. When did I hit caps lock? For you and for you. Settings. Condiciones. Field name. East lab. I copied it and I still typed it in myself. Cool. 31 Games. Thank you for the resub. I won't bother you too much. I know you have things going on, so just saying thank you though. Thank you for the resub. 13 months. You guys don't know, Irish John Games is a fantastic game developer working on a game called Rise of Piracy. Not as much as we miss you. And hello, Rob Lang Dev. Yes, we are all sending love to Irish John Games. And we're also sending our support. If you aren't following him, then please do. He is a Unity game developer. He used to do web development or app development previously and had a terrible experience with it. And really has a passion for doing game dev. And you'll see that when you watch his streams. It is worth seeing, worth watching, worth hanging out on his stream. He's a fantastic person to be around. And yeah, you won't regret it. There you can check out information about Rise of Piracy. You can see it on Microprose, his publisher's website. You can see it on Steam. I got words. I know how to use words and speak it at the English. Okay, we are not ignoring mapping. We are going to do the mapping rule apply. We'll step into that. Yep, all the words, all the best words. You know, I got that from BBB. He had this redeem. I don't know if he still has it, but he had this redeem with like, here in Alabama, we have words. It's for like when he stumbles over words. Okay, so here it is. The rule value is going to be null. And so our results is going to be one single result with a transformation result where our value is null. And so we now validate that specific value for each value. We validate that value. If the value is null, then validation results is going to be if this field is required, which the lab field is required, then we add an array of one validation result where the field is required, and the field name is lab, and we're returning false because validation results is not null. So what do we do with that? We just validated. Okay. And has validation errors, even, oh my gosh, we aren't adding the validation errors to our table of validation messages. Apparently, I'm supposed to be doing that inside of my validate method. Yeah, okay. So if validation results is something with count greater than 0, then we need to make sure to add it to our list of value transformations if it doesn't already exist. So val results dot try add, and we're going to add our transformed result dot value and validation result. The string in this isn't allowed to be null? I thought that you were. It's not. Oh, we got this. Because now I'm still going to be looking up null. Oh my gosh. Ooh, ooh, I was doing it like this. Which I guess, I mean, we know by this point that it is null, so just null. Okay, all right. Okay, stop for now, because we're gonna have to rerun this anyway. So we're adding to our validation results because what's happening is in that check, immediately after doing the validate, we are looking for has validation errors. And we're not adding a validation error when the only thing that is happening is we aren't providing a required value for a required field, but we need to. So that was definitely something that needed to be fixed. And that's why I was okay with having dot first throw the sequence contains no elements exception, because that should never be the case. Okay, we're going to try again. And this time, we're going to be successful. Watch us do it. You. It's not even going to open the field mapper. Did we hit a breakpoint? No. My goodness, just open the field mapper. Oh, good gravy. And now what's going on? I'm so confused. Okay, reading file. File is readed. File is eventually readed. Okay, file is readed. Open field mapper. Thank you. We're skipping this first one because we don't care. Is our field lab again? So it's doing this validation twice. No, this is file name. Why are you hitting a breakpoint when there's a condition on this breakpoint that it has to be lab? Kind of feels like you're doing all of them. I'm pushing F5 so that it continues. Yeah. The condition wasn't taking effect for whatever reason. That was weird. Okay, so now we are on lab. Oh, it's going really slow. Oh dear. Oh golly jeepers. Just disable the breakpoint for now. Just go. Just go. Do the thing. Finish. You can do it. I know you can. Are you still paused? Okay, it looks like it showed up. Turning you back on. Changing this to constant value will give us an error and not hit any breakpoints. Thanks. And the error is from the UI itself, and it has nothing to do with the code that we wrote. No, value cannot be null for inserting a value into a dictionary. Or getting a value from a dictionary on line 46. Right. Okay, so remember that we are now translating the null value into a string that says null. So in our UI, when we are requesting the validation errors for this field, currently we're requesting it for null, and we need to request it for the string representation that we are using in place of null. Okay, so you, question mark, null, like so. That's one of those places that we needed to now check rule detail for null. But there will be others, and we will clean that up because I don't like having warnings anywhere, ever. So I'm going to refresh. We're going to hit debugs. We're going to try to read another file. And we're going to open the field mapper. We're going to hit the breakpoint a few times, even though we shouldn't be hitting it, or we should only hit it once. But it's treating it like it's always going to hit it. Same with you. Okay, I saw the thingy go dark, which means that the window should have opened, or the panel. Ampersand, we choose constant value, and we still crashed. Why aren't you hitting any of the breakpoints? Okay, so it just didn't hot reload, that's all. Rerunning the code with debug. Good old hot reload. It's probably something I'm doing. Because no one else is having issues with hot reload either. No one. Or everyone is, and everyone is using it incorrectly. Sure, that's what it is. We're not using it as designed. Yeah, like it's so weird. I'll make a change and then suddenly some functionality will be broken either in when it's rendering as server mode or rendering as WASM, back and forth. So right now, if I publish this app to this server and you refresh and it runs as WASM because I publish it as render mode auto, it doesn't read the file anymore. And there used to be an issue that was with this hybrid globalization thing that I was researching right here. So there used to be this issue here, and it just showed up. It just took forever. On the server, and that was because of some switch that they added to .NET 9 that also happened when you're running the app using .NET 9, even though it's a .NET 8 application, and just a whole bunch of weird stuff that wasn't supposed to happen yet. So it did happen. There's this hybrid globalization issue, and something in the Excel data reader library is using hybrid globalization. I've never used it myself, so I didn't even know it was a thing. But then Scott gave me a simple answer. He's like, just add this property to your CS proj. Include Oh, right. It's in the deployed app specifically. Blazor WebAssembly load all globalization data. I set that to true. And I redeployed after doing that, and it worked. And it was doing just fine. And then I made a change to an event callback, and suddenly it stopped working again. But no errors this time. No hybrid globalization errors, nothing in event log. It just doesn't work. Why? Hey, we hit the breakpoint. And we didn't hit the breakpoint before because there was nothing to validate. All right, we are not ignore mapping because it is, oops, an IF11. It is a constant value rule, and we said ignore mapping is always false. We are applying the rule, the constant value rule. And for a constant value, that's just return a new array of transformation value or of transformation result, with the value being the same as the rule detail, which is currently null by default. Anyway, you can see it here. So that is happening correctly. For each result, we want to validate the result. There is only one result that we were given back, and that result has a null value. The field itself is required. Therefore, we are going to add a new validation result where the field is required and the field name is lab. And then we're going to add it to our dictionary of validation results. And we're going to use the key null and a validation result of the thing that we got back. That way, when this thing does its next step to check if has validation errors, it will be true. And then right now I'm just printing out the validation errors for my own reasons. And now that I see this, I don't need this in production because it doesn't do anything. But yeah, and there we go. And now we get our validation results, and our validation result will be this field is required with no errors. Here's our message, and it will now render. And we did it. Now let's find out if we broke anything else. So matrix is coming from the matrix and field. Okay, and that took a minute, but yes. This one gives us the standard message, the output for one or more values, because we do have a configuration that we can do. And in that configurator, if it ever pops up. And I think I know why it's taking so long is because it needs to evaluate the debug breakpoint for every row. So anyway, the value of SO is not valid. And so if we fix that and we say we want a mapping rule to go from SO to S, add that mapping rule, then it is no longer invalid and the field no longer shows invalid. Perfect. And if I type a space, then it's still invalid. And if I type a character, then it is not invalid. Perfect. All right. And then if I type too many characters, it is invalid, specifically because the field lab must be a string with maximum length of 3. So we accomplished the goal of what we were trying to do. Great. You guys are amazing. I can't believe you figured that out so easily. Here I am struggling with it, and you already had it done like 10 minutes ago. I mean, an hour ago. Okay, moving on. It works. I am going to do a mini commit, even though it was a pretty massive commit from a time perspective. It was only a few code changes. Oh, and I want to clean up the comments in constant value apply. We're no longer using this, which means, by the way, that we are also no longer using the field transformation. And that shouldn't cause any errors because we stopped using field transformation. But let's just build just in case. So far, so good. I mean, so good so far. Yes, perfect. Okay, so we're gonna commit this as fixed validation message for lab, or for in field mapper editor. That's what I did for constant values. Okay, now we are going to go and find out which fields or which code places I am missing XML comments for. I shouldn't be missing XML comments. That's weird. That was pretty weird, yeah. Okay, anyway, we cleaned that up. I was trying to say anywhere that we are using the rule detail that is not missing attribute name. What do you mean missing attribute name? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why do I need to provide an attribute name? It's not even giving me the reason that I need the attribute name. Like, okay, no, it's a parse error. So it's reading this as a, it's reading the equal sign greater than as a HTML attribute. Oops, this goes over here. And I really, really don't like using quotation marks. And if I'm going to use quotation marks instead of the at, or quotation marks at all, I'm not going to use the at symbol, which also means that I didn't need the extra set of parentheses. I guess this is a little bit cleaner. It would have been nice just to keep it as the at symbol, but whatever. What are you going to do? So we refactor that, but I'm not seeing my my warnings regarding anywhere that I'm using rule detail and not null checking it. That's surprising. I was kind of expecting at least one place. Yeah. This warning here is the one from Excel Data Reader as well, which is another reason that I want to remove the Excel Data Reader library from the core library, make it its own add-on, essentially, to the core library. And you found unreachable code in app.razor. Honey. Ah, yes. I wish there were a better way to do this. Because here I'm providing a switch in the app settings.json file so that I can turn debug on the server. Wait, that's not what this page is though. No, this page should really be like this. Maybe I did actually try this and it just errored on me. Or it didn't work the way that I was expecting it to. Okay, so typically I would do this instead. Using our C# preprocessor commands. I think they're called preprocessor commands. Compiler commands. Directives. Directive. Okay, well, I'm going to run this in debug and see if we do get this script going. Because what I was doing was setting is debug to true if debug and false if not debug, which means that it's a constant value, which means that there will be unreachable code when you compile according to the compiler, because it doesn't see the value of is debug changing. All right, so which version of the script was created? Function apply dark mode. The right version. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this because I'm not using this anywhere else. Cleaner. Okay, what else? ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? I was still looking for more usages of rule detail. That's test. Yeah, you there. Where are you being used? In a lot of places. This is crazy. That when I am accessing rule detail, it doesn't have any issues whatsoever. Yeah, so like the majority of these are in the test library. And the one that isn't in the test library is constant values and combined fields. And didn't I make the combined fields overload? It took a nullable string. Interesting. So it's already accounted for. So we don't have anything to clean up on making rule detail nullable. Where are you fully namespaced? Okay. Minor refactoring. Commit. All right, so we got one of the goals accomplished. Now seems like a good time for me to take a really quick break. I will be back in a couple minutes because I need a bio break. I will be right back. Or Beethoven, or Mozart, or I'm also trying to find someone else to lurk on because I have one open slot currently. And I will choose Sedlix. I think his stream is just now starting up. Nope, he's not even on his initiating screen. It's already up and running, so he's probably been streaming for a few minutes at least. Okay, anyway, now's a good time. I'm refreshing my dashboard and I'm going to run a quick 2-minute ad. I should be back before it finishes, or shortly right when it finishes. How'd I do? Ad break is over. I lose. Okay, and also I decided to grab myself some lunch. Yep. Nice 200 calorie bar. How many calories? 140. Nom 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 nom. Oh, nom 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 nom. Where are you? Nums? Nums. I struggle to find nums so much. There you are. Nums? Camera. That's not lunch, that's a snack. And a small one at that. It's lunch. Well, I have a breakfast shake for breakfast. I have a breakfast shake. Gosh, that's hard to say when I have a nom nom in my mouth. Have a breakfast shake for breakfast. 2 coffees. And then water. It's even harder to talk and drink water at the same time. But I guarantee you, I did drink water. And then around 10:30 to 12:30, I have a meal bar. And then at 3:30, I usually cook dinner and have a decent sized dinner. Okay, and then before I took the break, Rob said, I'm really impressed how you can narrate what you're doing. I'm sure that if I tried that, it would just sound like gibberish. There are a lot of times when I trip over my words, especially when I'm reading other people's words. But what I've come to find out is that I have an audience that has been living in my head for a really long time. And that audience will cheer and jeer at me. They will cheer for all of the awesome moments. They give me the dopamine hit of, I just succeeded at something I really wanted to succeed at. And then they will also boo at me and say nasty, mean things to me when I do not smart things. Yes. How did you know that I lifted up my arms when I said that? It's almost like you can see me, Dukasoft. Thing about mods. And so anyway, they both cheer and jeer, and sometimes they're split. Sometimes they cheer and jeer at me at the same time. So point is that it feels like I'm in front of this studio audience doing life, and they will cheer and jeer at moments. But when I'm programming by myself, I'm telling the audience what it is that I'm doing so that I can keep track of what I'm doing. So I'm already presenting to an audience in my head, and all I'm doing is just externalizing that and using my words. But then again, I also have extroverted thinking, which helps me to use words out loud, as awkward as they can be at times. The human language is lacking, though, isn't it? If only I could convey information and messages to you telepathically, you'd be able to understand my meanings a little bit better. There'd be a lot less misunderstandings. I'm almost done with my meal bar. Mars said, I have a breakfast shake, an energy drink, then a burger and nuggies for lunch. May not eat dinner, who knows? Yeah, so you and I just pretty much switch dinner and lunch. Except that my dinner is Blue Apron. What did we get today? Hard typing with one hand. Bluey! Oh my gosh. Am I not logged in? Meanie. Hold on. Okay. This is what I am having for dinner today. It is this. Oh my gosh, this looks so good. I bet. That sounds rough. There's only 2 people in our house, and I would probably spend less on groceries, but we struggle with choosing what to eat and just making decisions in general. And so part of that means that we usually end up buying boxed meals and stuff that's just not good for us. And so we're like, well, let's just have someone else pick what we're eating. Even though we get to pick from a list of things, but we still let them tell us what things we have to choose from. But this looks amazing. Looking forward to it. I probably won't be eating the pancetta. Last time I ate pancetta, I got so sick. Pancetta. Yeah, this looks amazing. Other things that we had. Yesterday we ate the... what did we eat yesterday? Oh, the ravioli. Yesterday we ate the ravioli. Again, we didn't use the pancetta. No, yesterday we ate the fish. My bad. Yesterday we ate the fish. 2 days ago was ravioli, and then Friday was the soup, which was more like ramen. And the reason they didn't call it ramen was just because it was the way that you would prepare ramen, but they used rice instead of noodle. So since there were no ramen noodles, they couldn't call it ramen. Oh, it was so good. They're all so tasty. And then next week, nom nom nom. Oh my gosh, yes. Their baguettes are amazing. I don't know what they do to them, but they taste so good. But baguettes, if you couldn't tell, we love broccoli. Anytime that they give us the option of getting something with broccoli, we almost always take it. A white pizza, spinach artichoke, and some sweet and spicy chickens. Oh, and some more noodles. Carbs. Carbs. I want my carbs. I do love that they give us the dough as dough and we have to shape it ourselves. Because this stuff, when you make it super thin and it cooks up, it is just the best. But if you don't like thin pizzas, you can make regular size, you can make pan pizza. You get to choose how to mold the crust for your pizza. But we love thin crust, and it's perfect. It is amazing pizza. Pizza crust, at least. Sometimes the toppings are not great. But spinach artichoke sounds fantastic to me. All right, I'm cleaning out my teeth, and we'll be right back to it. I usually save the stuff in my teeth for later when I get hungry. Well, I'll clean it off just for you guys. That way you don't have to be staring at chocolate crumbs in my teeth. Hopefully you can't hear my mouth noises. That would be disgusting. There are channels dedicated to staring at crumbs. Okay, I think we're good to go. Camera, see you later, squirrel thing. Just assuming. All right. So where are we going next? We finished the constant value mapping rule, made sure that it works, made sure that the validation errors were showing up correctly, that it was doing the validation as soon as we updated the values for it, that the value I didn't show it, but that the constant value actually does apply. So if we have a mapping template in which we have a constant value configured somewhere in there, we can see that that constant value will apply to each and every row here with no errors. Rob Lang says, I like watching streams of other people doing stuff that I should be doing. I watch one person power washing a car when I should have washed mine. You get the experience vicariously, so I think that works. Do you want to see a meditation stream? Oddly therapeutic. Man, the streams that I tend to watch are ones that teach me skills and things that I want to learn, like especially in the music realm. But a video popped up in my feed that I wasn't expecting, since it is music related though. I should have expected it, but it was someone showing how to do circular breathing, which I knew about because I had tried to do it when I was playing a woodwind instrument in school, but I could never get circular breathing to work. So they were just showing how it works. And oh my gosh, it was just so cool to see a professional doing it, where they have a constant note that they're able to play for 5, 10+ minutes. They could play it forever if they wanted to, but it was crazy to see. And Robling says, I love to learn too, which is why I like watching devs. And yeah, circular breathing is quite fantastic. I just want to show a little clip of it. Circular breathing lute. Yep, this is her. She teaches you how to do circular breathing here. Of course, this is what everyone is showing. So she's doing the entire flight of the bumblebee without taking a breath. Here. So this was her playing one note for 1:20 without breathing. And she could have kept going, but she wanted to continue the video. Yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. All right. So what else are we going to do? I wanted to create the conditional rule. Humans can do amazing things. I agree completely. We are extraordinary mind, body, spirit complexes that are capable of even more than we see in physical reality. But even within the realm of just what we can observe other people doing physically, it's incredible. Incredible what humans can do. I'm looking at my notes to see if there's anything else that is a little bit lower hanging fruit than the conditional value transformation and mapping rule. And I think there is something else that is going to be easier and won't just frustrate me on stream. Like, I want to do the conditional mapping rule with you guys because it is something that is doable in the open source version. It belongs in here in the data import utility itself. We have all of these rules, and I like right now you don't see the constant value value rule because I have not moved it over from the work product into that library. But the constant value rule I set up off stream. It was just easy. I copied the copy value rule, changed the enum member order, and set up these things to be specific to the constant value, and then wrote the apply logic. which you guys saw me do most of on stream. Speaking of, I can simplify this. But the conditional value transformation operation and conditional mapping rule are going to be pretty complex. And I still haven't fully thought about how it's going to work, but the goal is pretty simple to understand. I have my value transformations and they have UI issues, and I have a certain output target that I want to be, let's do value specifically, because this one is going to be the most likely one. Value, corrected value, and uncorrected value. So value, I want the value to be in specific units. And so if the unit of measure, unit of measure here, if the unit of measure is micrograms, then I want it to be converted to milligrams per liter instead. And so if the value, or if the unit of measure is micrograms, then do a calculation on the corrected mantissa before outputting it to corrected value. Otherwise, leave it as it is. Or I guess it should be the other way around. If it's already milligrams, then output the value as it is. Otherwise, do a calculation based on the unit of measure. And so it's simple to understand why we would want to use it, but how to actually code up a rule that says that. Another one, so that was a value transformation operation. The mapping rule where you might want a conditional is if this field is this value, then output this other field. Otherwise, output this field, or output a constant value, or whatever. So that's where it would be at the mapping rule level, and then in the value rule level. I remember a thing, and I wrote it down too. Calculation on a double, now that I'm looking at this. So we'll do that first. But here we are with the thought, with the logic or the logical thought of it, and then actually being able to code that is going to be a little bit difficult because of the way that I made the mapping rule base. But then again, a mapping rule base could have a child mapping rule base, or a collection of child mapping rule bases. Yeah, I'll try to save that for stream when I have more mental energy and not 30 minutes, because it's going to take more than 30 minutes. We will devote an entire stream to it, probably Friday after Community Day. That's what we'll do, which means that today we'll do the thing that I just remembered that we just saw, which is when we do a calculation on a numeric field, regardless of whether we are using a decimal ourselves or not, it is still going to output an integer instead of whatever the original data type was. So I want to fix that first. The second thing that we can get to is marking a field is skipped. So let's say that these fields that don't have a site ID, we don't want to import. We don't want to import them. Or any field that's marked as file type CQC, we don't want to import those either. So we select fields that we want to skip importing. That was going to be the thing that I shifted to. And if we're able to figure out this calculation thing pretty easily, then we will do that next. But for now, let's just start pinning some things. Okay. Close all but pinned. Close all but pinned. I said close all but pinned. Goodness gracious. And actually, you know what? We don't even need these for where we're going. Let's just get rid of everything except for the calculate operation. So it should be here in this apply method. Right, so we're using a library called Jace. Interesting. And so the Jace library would be the thing that is giving us back the value based off of the string input that we gave it. Calculation engine.calculate. Right, it's probably this decimal places thing. So is this from the library Jace? This is not something that I wrote. So I'm not going to bother with this code. There's nothing I could do to it in order to coax it. I guess the thing that really does, yeah, and it's giving us back a double. The thing that really does matter is where is this decimal places coming from? Is decimal places a parameter that I am not specifying or utilizing and should be using? Oops. Decimal places with a capital D is our property, and I don't have anywhere for the user to specify how many decimal places to use. So it is going to be easy. It's calculating and giving us back a value that we would be able to display with or without decimals. We just need a way for the user to specify, I want to use X number of decimals. So back to corrected value. Here's the UI for the calculation input. Because it's not going to be our basic input, so our basic input is for calculate, it's for interpolate, it's for regex, it's for substring. Nope, not for substring. It's for those things. So I already have, what's the word I'm looking for? The one where you have prior things set up in an example previously. Grounds. I have the word that means I already have examples of doing this previously, and therefore I can follow those examples. Totally escaping me. Onus? No. Like when a law, when a previous court case is used as an example for specific findings on a specific situation, there was established. I'm going to be bothered by that, aren't I? Okay. We need the user to be able to input the decimal places. So let's find our input for these, and we're going to create a new transformation input. We're going to use the substring value transformation as our example. And we're going to have two fields. So this is going to be our calculate value transformation input. And this is going to be our formula. We'll probably have a span. Yeah, I'm going to do it now. I haven't been doing it before, but I really need to start putting in some helper tooltips for the user. So we'll do a span here for the title inside the label, and we'll do a span for the help tooltip. And that way I can style the label itself as display flex with a gap in between and not have to worry about margins and padding and all that stuff. And the class is going to be tool zip icon. I already have class in there. Why am I putting class again? The title is what I was going to do. Is can I use the description for calculate? Did I put that you need to use placeholders? No. Formula uses placeholders in the form of $ curly brace 0 to indicate value, incoming value should be used. So the reason that I'm putting values plural, the reason that I'm using placeholders plural is because it's possible that before we did this, we interpolated. Let me show you a better field for interpolation. Sample number, copy. Oh, this isn't the file that has it. What can I use? Let's, what do we have in field sample number? Numbers. Okay, let's use a regular expression. And this regular expression will match on, let's see, a group that contains the set of strings 09 that appears 0 or more times followed by 0 followed by 19 or followed by a group. Oh, right. You're going to be a group 2. Okay. And so, for example, we got 2 groups back for this. We got 2 matches back for this particular item here, where we have 1919, and so it matches 0919, so 09 anywhere, 0 more times. Oh, no wonder. The thing that I was really wanting to match is any non-space characters 1 or more times. There we go. And so now we get matches in other places too, but there are some that will return more than 1 match. And so I would be able to, in a calculate operation, after doing that regular expression, calculate the first field found plus the second match found. And so you can see that we get a value of those 2 numbers added together. Which is 91319 plus 19. So anyway, point is placeholders to represent, and they should already be used to the placeholders concept because that's how you do a substring based off of an interpolation. My keyboard just stopped. Oh, because I'm trying to $. What I meant was that's how you do an interpolation based off of a previous regular expression, and we're going to interpolate whatever we found last with whatever we found first. So they're used to that syntax, or we're assuming that they're going to be used to that syntax because I'm using it everywhere. I'm consistent with that, at least. Okay, that said, calculation is using that syntax, and so my information icon is providing the information. The formula uses placeholders in the form of blah to indicate that an incoming value should be used. And this is going to simply be, I don't know if I'm going to put the tooltip icon itself in CSS. For now, I'm going to use my icon component that I made specifically for this component library and add a info icon. Yeah. Info icon. And our info icon right now is going to look just like a edit icon, but we will update that in a second. Icon, info icon with no additional attributes. Just going to render as is. All right, so we should see that now in calculate. So let's go back to corrected value. Calculate. Oh, not yet. My bad. We need to tell it to use this component. So input ID is going to be the formula. It's going to be a string, and it's going to bind to right. Yep, there we go. It's going to bind to the operation detail. And instead of max characters, this is number of decimal places. And of course, we want to make this look pretty eventually, but for now, we're good. It's just going to look the way it looks. And we'll bind it to decimal places with a minimum of -1 decimal places and a step of 1 to make sure that they don't try to put a decimal amount of decimal places. 1.5 decimal places, please. And of course, -1 will indicate no limit. 0 will mean 0 decimal places, so it'll only appear as an integer. Anything above that will appear as that number of decimal, up to that number of decimal places. So I guess max decimal places. And here we will do the same thing. We'll have a span for the label text and a tooltip that says -1 -1 indicates, come on, Copilot, you can do the rest, indicates no limit. Yes. Okay, so there we go. So we've created the calculate value transformation input. Now we need the field transformation to use that one. I mean, the value transformation configure, I mean, the value transformation rule details. I knew that was going to happen. To use the calculate operation UI, which we will do here. Interesting. I didn't even have a placeholder for it. That's annoying. Oops. Calculate. Was that really faster than just typing it both times? Probably not. Okay, so our calculate operation is now going to use the calculation input. That was an accident. I didn't even mean to accept Copilot's suggestion. I was trying to tab over so that I had a four-space tab, and it just happened to show up. But yes, this is good. We're passing in the calculate operation itself. updating the values, and then anytime the values update, we handle operation changed, which will then revalidate all of the values. I think that's it. I think that's all we got to do. We need to handle the rule for if -1 is specified. So in our calculate operation, which was pinned, special kid, decimal places if, and I guess we'll do it in the overload or in the extension method. If decimal places is -1, nice try, Copilot. If decimal places is -1, then we're going to set it to some really large number. Which is int.max value. Otherwise, oops, that should have been a question mark. Otherwise, just decimal places. Okay, so -1 means no limit on the number of decimal places. I'm hoping that math.round the parameter is an integer. Okay. That would have been bad. Now when we run this, it's going to do what we want it to do for calculation as far as showing decimal places. And when we change the decimal places, we should be able to see the number update immediately. Which water is currently? Drinking problems. Am I right? I have a hand-to-mouth disorder. Bottle to mouth? Something. Probably shouldn't joke about that. I joke about it because I had issues with it before. And I still would if I subjected myself to being around it all the time. Again. Okay. Load. Again, it's one of those things that I want to be able to just make normal to be able to talk about so people don't feel so alone with their issues. Okay. Here is our formula that we're using, which is just take the value from here. We're currently taking 0 decimal places. If I do -1, we get an error. Nuh-uh. Rounding digits must be between 0 and 15. Okay, so this one is a limitation on math.round. But that's good. Now we know that our input can also enforce this and say that you must be, you have a maximum of 15. And if it's -1 here, then instead of int.max value, we'll do 15. Okay. So if we change you again, it's still broken. Did you not hot reload? Oh. Okay, well, we're gonna look at this first, and then we'll huff and mouth disease. No, that one's different. That's the one where, I mean, I know I have that one where I just can't say the right things. Why are you going beyond? It is not hot reloading is what's happening. So we're supposed to be at a max value of 15 for that input field. And handle operation change. We're going to override handle operation changed in our calculate operation. So I'm going to put it here for now. Protected, override, handle. Wait, you're not protected? You are. So why didn't it give me that as an option? Task. Huh? Here. Return base dot. Handle operation changed. Cannot override inherited member because it's not marked as virtual. Wait, am I doing this in the wrong one? Okay, you need to be virtual. My bag. Okay, so we can override it now. And what we're going to do is just essentially constrain this. Math dot max of -1 and math dot min of this 15. Okay, so this should be the correct. What did you do to my tabs? You fixed them for me. No, you made these go down. I hate that. I hate that. Stay in line. Save. Okay. I usually get this inverted, so I need to review this. -1 is going to be the smallest number. So if this happens to be smaller than -1, we will get -1 back. 15 is going to be the highest number. So if this is bigger than 15, then we will get 15 back. Because we want the minimum value of these two back. And we want the maximum value of at most 15, at least -1 back. Yes, I did write it in the right order. Okay, so those two things will happen there. I will also do this in the logic itself for the calculate operation. That was just a convenience way, or a man, I am losing all the words today. The same thing that you do when you do validation on the client side. It's just something nice for the user to be able to get immediate feedback, even though you're going to do validation on the server side if you are sending it to the server, of course. Consideration, a yeah, and here we're just going to do between 0 and 15 because we know that probably need to do it first. Dang it. Decima. I have no idea what's going on with my typing ability too. All right, so decimal places equals. I like how I was trying to turn it into a switch statement, which I don't know, that might be faster than doing a max and min. But also, isn't there a math.clamp? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, wait, this gives us back a byte. Why are you giving us back a byte? That doesn't make sense. Math.clamp only works on bytes? I don't think so. Are you giving us a byte back? No, it was just because it didn't know what type of input I was giving it. Okay, There we go. We're going to use math.clamp because that's what it was intended for. What am I doing? Golly. Fantastic. Glad I remembered though. All right, so we're clamping the decimal places between -1 and 15 here, 0 and 15, -1 and 15 here. And we are saying if you are -1 by the time we're out of here, then we're going to, and yeah, that's what we're going to do. Just leaving that. So this could be the case if the user manipulates either the running code in the browser, or if this is run on the server, because I don't control where you're going to use this library. You could be using it on the server and you receive an API request or a signal R message or some other kind of message that gives you the parameters for this. Those could have been altered on their way in. So this method here will make sure that our decimal places are in valid range. But again, as a library in this case, it might be smarter for me to throw an exception that says invalid range, because let's say that they are wanting to have 800 decimal places in their response, and this thing can only handle up to 15. This kind of goes in remarks though. Yeah, I'll just tell them in the documentation. BR. Okay. So there, we provided information to the developer. That way they can know the reason that this only returns at most 15 decimal places, instead of it just doing it magically and they have to somehow read the code. Yeah, you get it. You get it. So we are rerunning the app because I don't think hot reload took for it to know when I use -1, use 15. Come on, you can do it. And this will be the last thing that we do today. Yeepa! Okay. Show me all, just so we can watch this happening everywhere. We're going to perform calculation. Our formula will be $0. We want all. Cool. So here we got, oh man, if we specify a number of decimal places, then we will always get back that number of decimal places regardless of how many numbers we got back originally. So that means if we specify 15, then we're going to get back 15, even if the intention, like my intention was -1 will give us back the number of decimal places that we got going in. So what I would prefer to do is this. We'll do the calculation, and if decimal places is greater than or equal to 0, then we'll do math.round. And if it's -1, then we won't do any rounding at all. Okay, this is the behavior that I'm actually trying to accomplish. And val will be val.toString. And again, this is a situation where if decimal places decimal places is greater than or equal to 0, then we use the decimal place count formatter. Otherwise, null. Can we use null? Do I actually have to specific? No, because this will turn into empty string, so it'll be fine. Now, is there a difference between the way that a double.toString with an empty string works than a double.toString with no parameters at all works? I guess we'll find out, won't we? Okay, so a value of -1 will not perform any rounding. Calculation engine. And I wasn't smart enough to make an interface for the calculation engine so that you can provide your own calculation engine. Okay, let's see what this does, and this will be the last thing that we do today. As a reminder, I will rate out to another developer. In this case, it'll be a game developer. That will most likely be 8 bits per play. He was kind enough to be in here and support us. We'll go and support him if you feel like it and sticking around for it. But at around, in 30 minutes, I was going to say at around 2 o'clock my time, in around 30 minutes, I am going to start my one-line creative stream just to do setup. I won't really be doing anything on it other than setting up the stream itself. So, yeah. Just getting things working, making sure things work. But that's where I'll be after this. Until 2 hours from now. Did you run? It ran. Okay, let's give it a shot. Precedent. That's funny. So president, not sure. I should have been able to get the word from your name. The word I was looking for earlier was precedent. I have established precedent to create a separate value transformation input component. I have established precedent to do so. Okay, so we want to calculate. The calculation formula is this value by itself. -1, give me back however many decimal places came in. This really does. Oh my gosh. This kind of counts as 2 decimal places, but it also counts as 1 decimal place. So it's not wrong. To give us back only 1 decimal place if we got this kind of number. And the reason that this matters, by the way, is because in the database, this value is a string and is stored as a string. And so if we lose precision, this isn't losing precision though. This is definitely going to be an equivalent value. So storing this number in our database would not be a bad thing without the trailing 0 in the decimal. So I think this is going to be acceptable. And then again, we can watch it all happen again. This is another instance where we can have an option turned on for, oh, I did call it max decimal places though. We need to call it just decimal places. But we can have an option where we can turn on whether that is a maximum decimal places and it should go up to that or not. So not max decimal places. And the other thing was the icon real quick. Let's do the icon real quick. From iconify.design, icons. We're searching for info. Take one from material if you have one. That's usually the first one they give us. 24 pics sounds good to me. Copy to clipboard. Go back to our icons. Change you out. That. Hi, Scott. Bye, Scott. Class OI icon. And this is the info icon. Not Scott, who has not streamed on domain-driven design since that first stream that I saw, at least. All right, so did we replace our pencil icon with, maybe it needs to re-render? Oh my gosh. Whatever, hot reload is just not cooperating. We're gonna assume it did. It's done it every other time. I am going to end my stream here, do my time card, and then get started on the music channel stream. I'm calling it the music channel stream, but really it's anything creative. Including art, including story writing, including maker crafter stuff potentially. Maybe I'll do some latch hook on stream. That's the only kind of maker crafter thing that I'm okay at. It's like not even very hard to do. So anyway, so let's prepare the raid. We're going to raid out to a developer. I'm going to check in my code, do my time card, do my work log, and prepare for the stream. And then I will start the stream on One Line Creative and we're going to try to set up Fruity Loops, Vital, maybe some background stuff, like the image that I'm going to use for the background, the starting screen. I did already set up Stream Elements, so I might just use an overlay from Stream Elements, at least right off the bat. We'll find out. Okay, but that's it. Ciao for now. I'll be back again on Friday for Community Day starting at 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time. And then after Community Day, I will most likely stream Workday stuff until 3:30. So it'll be a normal Friday. At least from what I can tell, it'll be a normal Friday unless something else comes up. Until then, I hope you guys have enjoyed your day. We're going to raid out to 8 bits per play as promised. One day I'm going to raid back to AAOA. But for now, 8 bits per play. It is. So, ciao for now. Enjoy. I'll do my admin stuff. I'll also respond to Canny if there's something to respond to. And if I happen to see you over on the music stream, awesome. Very cool. I hope you enjoy. But if not, I will see you again the next time that I see you. So, ciao for now. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. I am so mean. Shout out to Dukasoft. He is the most amazing non-bot bot ever. Best mod on every single channel that you are a member of. He's a mod there. And I forget on occasion, not even on occasion, I often forget to shout him out. He does stream drone footage and it's beautiful footage. It's a great time, great music, great conversations, great company. It's a great stream overall. So check him out if you get the chance. Okay, ciao for now. The music stream is 11 Lion Creative. The same name as this, but add the word creative, no underscores, no dashes, no nothing. Okay, ciao. I would type it, but I'm waving. Thank you, Dukasoft.